The committee shall now come to order. We are meeting today to consider 13 bills. All have been properly noticed and circulated electronically along with copies of timely filed amendments and will be available to the committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are also circulated electronically. And I just want to thank my colleagues who have filed amendments. They were all done on time, and prior to the meetings, they've been circulated. So thank you for that. Pursuant to community rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend their remarks on the bills to be considered at this markup, and those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and the House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on questions of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote has been ordered. Documents, amendments, or motions must be submitted to HNRC Docs email from a House email address. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3L, the latest guidance from the attending physician, anyone present in the hearing room today must wear a mask covering both their mouth and nose. Please note that members are responsible for their own microphones. Members may be muted by staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that members use the grid view and pin the timer so it remains visible. With that, any members experience technical problems should immediately inform the committee. I understand at this point that that Member Westerman has some opening comments. Mr. Westerman, the time is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Grijalva. As we convene our second markup of 2022, I'm excited that we're actually having a markup, but I'm a bit disappointed that we're forced again to huddle around our laptops to conduct committee business rather than meeting around the dais here in the committee's meeting room. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, Zoom or virtual platforms are no way to run a government. We're at a time when out of control spending has caused inflation to skyrocket to 40-year highs. Yet today the committee is meeting to consider several pieces of legislation that authorize new government spending. Several of the bills on the agenda will only grow the national debt and contribute to our national inflation crisis. I expect these bills will generate robust discussion and amendments today. Mr. Chair, what I'm struck by most about today's markup are the things that are not being discussed. Just last weekend, I was up in northern Minnesota visiting our colleague, Mr. Stauber's district. While I was there, I had the opportunity to meet with real Americans whose livelihoods depend on American natural resources. And I'm sorry to tell you that not a single one of the folks that I talked to last weekend wanted to talk about kelp. I can tell you what they did want to talk about. They told me that the supply chain crisis has left supermarkets empty and that they're unable to find even basic necessities on store shelves. They told me that when they can find the goods they need in the stores, the inflation crisis has made them more expensive, even unaffordable. They told me that the energy crisis and this administration's anti-energy policies caused gas prices to rise nearly 50% in President Biden's first year in office and made us more reliant on foreign sources of energy from countries like Russia. And as you've noticed recently, Mr. Chairman, Russia isn't exactly our friend. They told me they were worried about President Biden's disdain for developing America's natural resources, his rising energy prices, and his decision to kill clean American mining projects like the Twin Metals mine, which will cost them their jobs and their way of life. While I look forward to robust debate on the bills before us today, I hope that someday soon we can all be back together in person in the hearing room discussing the real crises that face Americans. But like so many things in life, Mr. Chairman, today in the markup, there is a silver lining. The UC package includes several important pieces of legislation that I'm proud to help advance today. Of note is H.R. 1546, the Combating Online Wildlife Trafficking Act of 2021, introduced by our colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, which would authorize the Presidential Task Force on Wildlife Trafficking through October 7th. H.R. 6199, the St. Genevieve National Historic Park Boundary Revision Act, introduced by our colleague from Missouri, Mr. Smith, would authorize the Secretary of the Interior to acquire by donation a welcome center and adjoining parking lot owned by the city of St. Genevieve, Missouri, and expand the boundary of the historical park to include this addition. H.R. 6434, the Japanese American World War II History Network Act, introduced by a member of this committee, Mr. Obernolte from California, would improve the visibility and public awareness of all sites, all federal, state, local, tribal, and private, that are associated with the Japanese American experience during World War II. And finally, H.R. 6435, introduced by our colleague, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, provides a technical fix to the Secure Rural Schools program to ensure that payments to state and counties default to the fiscal year 2020 payment elections. Today, Republicans are making it clear we can move productive legislation through this committee that does not add fuel to the flames of President Biden's multiple crises. I just wish we were all here in person working together to address them and to address the many pressing issues that face our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
And well, Mr. Weston, we'll have plenty of time to debate some more issues that you brought up.
Can I ask a question, point of order?
Please.
So it's my understanding that Mayor Bowser is going to eliminate these mandates for face mask and for vaccination passports and all that as of March the 1st. And if the entire city of Washington, D.C. is going to have all that eliminated, are we going to be able to do the same thing as of March 1st in our committee so that we can meet face to face? I sort of miss you all.
Well, I think I share some of that feeling, not entirely all of it, but in terms of missing people. But our guidance in terms of our comportment and our public health safety, for lack of a better word, is guided by the attending physician. It's guided by his recommendations and his medical advice and recommendations to it. That's what it's guided by, and it'll continue to be guided that way. I join with you and Mr. Westerman. I think in-person work is necessary and vital. But I would venture to say as well, my friends, that this committee has done its job, and whether it's been virtual or otherwise, we continue to turn out not only legislation but important and pertinent and timely hearings going forward. The debate on the campaign trail debate, we'll have those as we go forward. But today, like it's been through this whole pandemic, through this whole virtual reality that we're in right now, this committee continues to do their work, and we'll turn to that work now. I want to call up and the item for consideration now is HR 5973, offered by our colleague Representative Dingle. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the bill. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Dingle to speak on her legislation. Representative, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Westerman. And I do want to just say to all my colleagues, I do miss you. So I wish COVID would get sick of us, because we're all sick of COVID. But I want to thank both the chairman and the ranking member for including the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Reauthorization Act in today's markup. This bipartisan legislation that I'm leading with my colleagues, Congressman Darren LaHood, Congressman Paul Tonko, who's on this committee, and Congressman David Joyce, supports fish and wildlife conservation efforts in the Great Lakes. Since 1998, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act has provided critical resources for coordinating conservation efforts across the Great Lakes ecosystem. I want to remind my colleagues that the Great Lakes are more than 20% of the world's freshwater supply and 90% of the U.S. There has long been bipartisan congressional support for protecting the Great Lakes Basin, including reauthorization of the vital programs in this legislation. Since its inception, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act has been reauthorized 3 times, most recently in 2016 through a bipartisan bill. I will admit I also led it then. This longstanding bipartisan backing underscores the efficacy of the proven conservation mechanisms in this legislation, including the collaborative public-private-public partnerships that maximize the impact of federal funding to make landscape level improvements to our fish and wildlife habitats. However, authorization for this law expired at the end of fiscal year 2021. Without a swift reauthorization, future conservation efforts carried out under these programs face uncertainty, or worse, are in jeopardy of not being carried out at all. This will hinder our ability to combat threats from invasive species, as well as adapt to the impacts of climate change. And that's why the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act is necessary to reauthorize without delay. This legislation would simply reauthorize funding for the Great Lakes Fish and Wild Restoration Act for 5 years, from fiscal years 2022 through 2027 at the current funding levels. Over the last 3 decades, the Fish and Wildlife Service, in partnership with academic institutions, state and local natural resource departments, tribal authorities, and nonprofit conservation partners, have demonstrated the program's great success across the Great Lakes region. In fact, since 1998, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act has provided federal funds to 185 research and restoration and regional projects. Combined with the required matching monies from more than 132 non-federal partners, funding to benefit the Great Lakes fish, wildlife, and habitats $45.1 million, and projects address a variety of issues from restoring habitat, fish species, spawning. You all know the issues. One successful project was completed in my district in 2020 when the Fish and Wildlife Service and Ducks Unlimited partnered with the University of Michigan's Botanical Gardens to improve 8 acres of rare wetlands using a variety of invasive species control tactics. The ecological integrity of this site was maintained as a result of this conservation investment. And what people didn't know is once the wetlands were allowed to grow back, because we've had flooding in Michigan, they helped retain the water and minimize flood impact. To close, this legislation has broad bipartisan support, as well as the backing of a variety of groups dedicated to protecting the Great Lakes, including Ducks Unlimited and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation, which will ensure our treasured Great Lakes are protected for all future generations. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dingell. Before we consider an amendment, does any member wish to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And although I commend Congresswoman Dingell for her work on this bill, I must reluctantly oppose it at this time, and not because of what the bill's intent is or the history of the bill, but because we lack a key component of the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act, which is a periodic report to Congress on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's implementation of the law. The report was due to Congress on December 31st, 2021, and was intended to inform Congress on whether this law should be reauthorized. The Biden administration has failed to provide us with the report. Oversight, as you are aware, is one of the most important things that this committee can do to assess, update, and modernize laws. Without reports like the one called for by the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act, it's harder for us to do our job properly. As such, bringing up this bill today to reauthorize and amend an act whose performance has not been appropriately reported to Congress, I believe is premature. I really hope that we will receive this overdue report in the near future, but in its absence, I must oppose the bill at this time. Now yield back.
And yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I first want to take a minute to cover two things. One, I want to thank Ranking Member Westerman for his opening statement on the markup. Mr. Chairman, this committee is the committee that has jurisdiction over energy upstream production. We have jurisdiction over mineral resources. And here we are looking at reading through this roster of bills that we're marking up today. It doesn't address the fact that under the Biden administration, we've seen emissions go up, not down. It doesn't address the fact that we have seen energy poverty thrust into the forefront of every American across the board, whether it's electricity, it's trying to drive a car, it's trying to use transit, it's affecting all of us. Or importantly, energy security, Mr. Chairman, which of course is the fact that we are now more dependent on Russia for our energy needs in the United States, to the tune of giving them an extra $22 million every single day, which of course they're using for incredible purposes such as Ukraine aggression, as we're seeing right now, which is once again implicating U.S. resources, U.S. military, U.S. diplomacy, and others. Mr. Chairman, finally, in regard to energy, the Biden administration released a report showing that developing countries are going to have an increase in natural gas demand from 31 to 58% over the next 30 years or 28 years, showing that undeveloped countries, developing countries, are going to have a surge in natural gas demand between 44 and 80%. What are we doing in the United States? Under this administration, we're shutting down, we're stopping, we're banning energy production. So then you're going to come back and say, oh no, we're going to do renewable energy production. It would take Mr. Stauber 30 seconds to go through and explain what's going on with the Twin Metals mine that this administration shut down, which is preventing us from being able to actually develop and process or have a viable renewable energy industry in the United States. And so it is incumbent upon this committee to address the energy crisis that these policies are causing. Secondly, Mr. Rosendale brought up the mask mandate, and you made reference to the attending physician. I want to be very clear on the record that this is the same attending physician that was complicit in building a quarantine chamber within the United States House of Representatives chamber, which facilitates COVID positive people coming into the United States Capitol, coming into the House chamber. It's not truly a quarantine chamber, it doesn't have a top on it, and you're walking people through the House of Representatives for the sole purpose of ensuring that Speaker Pelosi had the vote she needed to be the Speaker of the House. So I got to tell you, I respect anybody in the military. I certainly respect people that are flag officers, but I think that the integrity, the trustworthiness, or the impartial advice from this attending physician is very much in question. Now I'm going to turn to the bill at hand. Look, coming from a coastal state, I have strong concerns about sustainability, resilience, looking at all threats. And yes, climate change is one. We cannot be singularly focused on that. There are a lot of hazards and threats we need to be thoughtful of. I just wanted to ask Ms. Dingle, could you just talk a little bit about, and I heard your freshwater comments, about why you view this as being a federal responsibility or having a federal role here?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Grace, because the Great Lakes are unique and they span multiple states, and effective conservation requires coordination at the federal level. You know, water doesn't say, oops, here I am in Michigan, now I'm in Marcy Kaptur's district or another district, and it goes all the way up to Paul Tonko's into Illinois across multiple jurisdictions. And fact of the matter is, we've even, when we've run into problems when we're talking about trying to control algae or some of the other issues that states have had different approaches, and it at times has resulted in some issues. So I think I do believe that when you've got these kind of waters that have multiple states that are involved, there is a role for federal government. But I also think that this is a proven program that has decades-long track record of success that effectively uses federal funds.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. I think it's really important that we be thoughtful about where
No,
the
I
federal
agree.
government has a responsibility, and I appreciate you bringing up the interstate aspects of what's going on with the water and invasives and others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Yield
the
back.
invasive species don't know, oh, I'm tired of Michigan, I'm now going to Ohio. And I mean, it's something we run into flooding in Michigan that you don't know you're going from one city or town. So it's state issues. Thanks, but I appreciate the question, and I appreciate all of you working with us on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Graves. Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation before we go to amendments? If not, let me recognize myself. HR 5973, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act, led by Representative Dingell, merits our support. Since 1990, this restoration program has assisted stakeholders in the Great Lakes in conserving and restoring the Great Lakes habitat and eradicating invasive species. As the projects that were outlined by Representative Dingell, including construction and restoring fish passage, creating and executing habitat restoration plans, and addressing the very important pollution impacts. This bill reauthorizes the program through fiscal year 2027 at the same levels as it was in 2016 reauthorization. As we sunset toward the reauthorization, it's important and timely, and I want to thank Representative Dingell for her strong leadership on the wildlife conservation in this committee in Congress, and I urge my colleagues to do the necessary work, support this legislation so that it becomes reauthorized, and that very valuable program that is going on, restoration program in the Great Lakes, continues to be part of a federal responsibility and a federal investment in that restoration, along with all the other non-federal partners that are part of it. So with that, let me yield back and ask and call up the First Amendment, unless there's any further debate. Representative Moore, you have an amendment designated number 1. Sir, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the comments this morning. Would love to be in person as well. Lots of comments on why there's different rules for the House versus the Senate with respect to COVID, even though we're all in the same building together. But we'll digress and move on. So with respect to HR 5973, this amendment is simply about good governance. Good governance is and should be an important part and a theme for all of our legislative initiatives as we consider this, anything we discuss in this committee. Again, good governance. My amendment to HR 5973 would simply amend the administrative cost cap in the underlying bill by reducing it from 5% to 3% of funding, consistent with many other government programs. Taxpayer funding should go towards executing programs, executing those goals, not towards simply paying administrative programs. And while I may, and while we may disagree on the specifics of certain programs, we should certainly agree on wanting taxpayer dollars to be used as efficiently as possible. Again, executing program goals, not administer programs. As we evaluate our $30 trillion federal debt, and our increasingly large deficit, we must look for creative ways to refine our spending so that it is as most effective as possible. So I encourage my colleagues to vote for this very simple amendment that's aligned with many other government programs from 5% to 3%, and commit that if everybody votes yes, I won't ask for a recorded vote. And I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, let me, in response to the amendment, let me recognize Representative Dingell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be recognized in support of the amendment. As I've always said, I'm willing to work constructively and in good faith with my colleagues across the aisle, and this amendment makes reasonable changes to federal administrative costs authorized under this legislation. Accordingly, I support this amendment and appreciate my colleague from Utah's willingness to engage and offer good faith feedback on these and other issues. I ask my colleagues to do the same and urge support or adoption of this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks
Westerman.
recognition? Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore's amendment is common sense and straightforward. It caps the fee. It assures that, or the administrative fee, and it assures that more money goes to land and water restoration, not to hiring more bureaucrats or creating more paperwork. And I appreciate the gentlelady, Ms. Dingle, supporting the amendment. I support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Anyone seek recognition? If not, I concur with Representative Dingle's recommendation on accepting the amendment. I will now pause so that members in favor can unmute themselves, and those members in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We now move to Representative Stubber. You have an amendment designated as number 1, and you are, Representative Stubber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to talk about my representative colleague out of Michigan, Representative Dingle. Congresswoman, I really appreciate your leadership on this. And what you talked about was the interconnectedness of the Great Lakes, how important it is. And as you know, the most inland port in this country is the Duluth Superior Port, where Representative Tiffany and I represent, and that's a working port. It has a long history of the iron ore boats leaving with loaded taconite pellets in order to make steel. Makes 80% of the steel in this country that goes right into your great state and others. So I appreciate you recognizing that and being part of the Great Lakes Caucus. It's important to recognize that the Great Lakes just aren't in northern Minnesota or northern Michigan. They go down to Ohio, Indiana, and other places. So thank you for your leadership. I do have an amendment at the desk. I thank Chair Grijalva. I rise today in support of my amendment number 1 to HR 5973, which only directs the Fish and Wildlife Service to comply with the law. Right now, the law clearly states that the director shall submit a report to this committee by December 31st of 2021, describing project solicitation, result, and progress following passage of the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act. And yet, Mr. Chair, the report is nowhere to be found, and we are a strong 6 weeks past the due date. Therefore, my amendment simply directs the agency to conduct and release the report, outlined clear as day in statute. My first point is simple. Congress directed the agency to release the report. So, to the Fish and Wildlife Service, release the report in compliance with the law. This program was then reauthorized several times over, including most recently as 2016. And secondly, how can we know the effectiveness of the most recent authorization without the agency's congressionally mandated report? I am supportive of the underlying program. The Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act does important work in partnership with organizations like Ducks Unlimited around the basin. However, why would we reauthorize a program when we don't know if any or all of the original recommendations dating back to 1995 have been accomplished? With that, I urge adoption of my amendment. Issuing this report is not a heavy lift for the agency. It would provide clarity and transparency for the taxpayers. It would be able to tell the good story that is the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act. Let alone, it means also following the law. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Sir, anyone wish to speak to Mr. Stubber's amendment number 1?
Chair, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I commend Mr. Stauber for bringing up this important matter. His amendment does address a critical component that's missing from the bill, and it's simply the Fish and Wildlife Services report that's owed to this committee on the implementation of the law that's proposing to be reauthorized. It is important to have this information because it informs us of the past performance and the future needs of the program. And I believe, again, that without this report, we're putting the cart before the horse. I would hope that my colleagues across the aisle feel the same way about this and would consider that before taking the next steps in advancing the bill out of today's markup. Mr. Chair, I believe there's widespread support for the underlying program, and if you're willing to commit to delaying floor consideration of this legislation until the Fish and Wildlife Service sends the report to Congress and the committee has had time to review it, then I will support moving this bill out of committee today with the understanding that we consider and resolve any potential changes to the bill that may be needed in light of the report before we have floor consideration. And I'll yield to you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Dingle, for any comments that you may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me turn to the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Dingle, and then I'll be glad to respond to your point, Mr. Westerman. But let me defer to the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Dingle.
Thank you, Ranking Member Westerman and Representative Stauber, for bringing up what is a very valid point. And it's important that we receive and review this report in question, which, as you so correctly stated, was due December 31st, 2021. I'm willing to hold off on floor consideration until we receive the report. The committee has time to review it and then work with my Republican colleagues to advance the bill thereafter. And quite frankly, when this markup is finished, I have every intention of placing calls and finding out where the report is. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Westerman, I concur with Representative Dingle's commitment and to your request that we wait until we see the report from Fish and Wildlife Service before we move this bill onto the floor. And with that concurrence and that commitment, do we need to go forward with the vote, Mr. Stauber, or is that enough? Because sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks for making the commitment along with Representative Dingle and working towards these next steps. So with your commitment, I will therefore not ask for a recorded vote on my amendment as a result of this agreement. However, the administration and this committee majority need to understand the importance of proper implementation and oversight. And so with the agreement, I will not ask for a recorded vote and I yield back.
So we're going. The gentleman wishes to withdraw his amendment, and so ordered with the commitment as stated by both the sponsor of the legislation and myself that there will be no movement until the report is had the opportunity to be shared and reviewed by the committee members, and I think that time is necessary. And your point is well taken, Mr. Stauber. There's a lot of backlog that has to be caught up with Department of Interior relative to some of the things that didn't get done previously in another administration, and that this represents part of that backlog. But I think there's urgency to it, and following your point, sir, we'll be urging Interior to expedite that so that we can have it and we can start discussing movement onto the floor. With that, let me now move to
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't think Mr. Stauber withdrew his amendment. He just committed to not asking for a recorded vote.
Okay, but we'll have to then, then I would urge a no vote on this amendment, but I also appreciate and remain with the commitment that was made to Mr. Stauber relative to movement onto the floor, no movement to the floor prior to us receiving the report from Fish and Wildlife. With that, I urge a no vote. All those in favor of the amendment can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed can indicate by saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment is not agreed to, and the commitment goes forward in terms of when it reaches the floor. With that, let me now turn to amendment. Let me get to that point. The question is now on adopting the bill as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. I will pause so that members in favor of can unmute. All those in favor of the legislation moving forward indicate by saying aye.
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 Those members opposed can unmute and please indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is set on the table. With that, we move on to calling up the item for consideration now, 3540, offered by Representative Sarbanes. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this point, I'll recognize myself to speak on the legislation. HR 3540, the Chesapeake Bay Science, Education, and Ecosystem Enhancement Act of 2021 is a bipartisan bill led by Representative Sarbanes and Representative Whitman. The Chesapeake Bay is the largest estuary in the United States, home to 18 million Americans throughout Delaware, the District of Columbia, Maryland, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and West Virginia. The Bay supports thriving fishing, tourism, and real estate industries, generating billions in economic benefits each year. The Bay is currently facing several challenges, including water quality declines, depleted fish stocks, loss of coastal habitats, and overdevelopment. HR 3540 reauthorizes the Chesapeake Bay Office and authorizes the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Education and Training Program. The legislation builds on the success of the Chesapeake Bay Office and its regional partners to coordinate the management, science, and conservation of Chesapeake Bay habitat. Some have taken issue with the more extensive authorization that this is a more extensive than the last time. However, 20 years have passed since the previous authorization. The authorization level in this bill is a modest step in the right direction to allow the Chesapeake Bay Office to continue and expand this very essential work. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone, before we go to amendments, does any other member wish to be recognized on the legislation, HR 3540?
Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reluctantly oppose this bill in its current form, and I do understand why many members who have the Chesapeake Bay and its watershed in their districts support this bill, which amends and reauthorizes federal programs aimed at restoring the bay. While again, I appreciate the intent of the bill, improvements to the legislation are needed to guarantee that more money is spent in the field and on the water as opposed to being spent on federal agency desk jobs, and to realign the federal cost share. It is my hope that we can amend the legislation to include common sense safeguards that will ensure the best use of taxpayer dollars. Now you'll back my time.
Anyone else wish to speak to the legislation, wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Rep. Soto.
Mr. Soto, you're recognized, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Earlier in the hearing, we heard a kind of grim prognosis. I was sitting here right now in sunny Central Florida. It's 73 degrees, and We have the fastest growing district in the nation. 40% we grew over the last 10 years. And there's also growing optimism. For after all, Chairman, we passed the American Rescue Plan. 77% of Americans are vaccinated now. 77%. 4% unemployment. 6% growth nearly last year. We stopped another Great Recession, which ravaged my district back in 2008 to 12, and stopped a foreclosure crisis where families lost half their net income, lost their nest egg. It was devastation. We stopped all that with the American Rescue Plan. We also passed the infrastructure package, roads and bridges, ports and airports, water and energy, brownfields and rural broadband as well. And we're going to need a lot of the natural resources that we talk about in this community to help fund that. And we appreciate Representative Don Young voting yes, along with the Democrats, but everybody else voted no, Mr. Chairman. And this is supposed to improve our supply chain. It's supposed to be counter-inflationary, as Senator Rob Portman, Republican from Ohio, had mentioned. I know a couple folks try to take credit for it, even though voting no, that didn't work so well, obviously. And now we have the American Competes Act. This is a direct fix to the supply chains that everybody's talking about in this committee, boosting domestic production like microchips we make in the district, aerospace. And I'm hoping that we'll finally come together as this bill comes back from the Senate. And then we hear about debt. $4 trillion was added to the debt because of the GOP tax cuts, $400 billion in a deficit. So anytime we're talking about debt, we need to talk about amending that if we're going to be serious about this. And yes, we must come together to address inflation, manage the pandemic, address price gouging, improve supply chains. We may even have a gas tax holiday. I hope we could all come together for that. I hear a lot of complaining, but not a lot of solutions, which brings me to the bills at hand. If we're going to build back better, these watersheds are critical. We have the industrial Midwest, the heart of manufacturing in the nation, with Representative Dingell's bill to help restore the Great Lakes. The Chesapeake Bay, an area that surrounds us in DC, as well as Rep. Tonko's bill about the watershed in New York, New Jersey. So if we're going to continue to have manufacturing in the 21st century, we need to protect our watersheds. We need to do this right. And so I'm really pleased about the legislation we have before us today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized before we move on to the amendment process?
Mr. Chairman?
Who
Graves.
seeks recognition? Mr. Graves, sir.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Soto, for acknowledging the great work of Governor DeSantis in Florida and helping to keep that state on track. And despite some of the flawed federal policies, really helping to ensure that that's still a great place to live and the economy's healthy, and ensuring that we have good management of coronavirus. Yes, I'm vaccinated, boosted, and I'm glad that that President Trump and Vice President Biden were able to get Operation Warp Speed to make vaccines available. And I appreciate Mr. Soto pointing that out. But I also want to make note that, the reality is that at least numbers I saw, the majority of people that were diagnosed with Omicron were actually vaccinated folks. And so this isn't the silver bullet solution. And ultimately, I think what makes most sense is that we all just start being more rational and treat this like the threat that it truly poses. Let's talk a little bit about an infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill that when people believe is actually going to solve our road and bridge problem, whenever the reality is less than 10% of the bill is actually new money for that category. And when you factor in the inflation rate that this administration is causing through the overspending of the legislation that you've brought up, then what happens is, for example, in the state of Louisiana, the increase in funds we'll receive over a 5-year period will be more than offset by inflation, worker shortages, supply chain problems, and other things that this administration has caused. And so I think it's really important that we're rational. I'm going to go back to my opening statement, Mr. Soto. We have an energy crisis in the United States right now. World energy demand is going to increase by 50%. We're the committee that has jurisdiction over this. We have no energy plan whatsoever, none. The infrastructure bill just sold additional energy reserves from our strategic petroleum reserve. So we're depleting our energy reserves, our emergency reserves. We don't have a new strategy. Maybe that strategy includes renewable energy sources. Maybe it includes refined products and other things. we don't have a strategy. We don't have a strategy to meet the growing demand. We don't have a strategy to ensure United States energy security long term with this surge in demand. We don't have a strategy to make sure that we're not just going to cede all of this to Russia, which is going to step in and fill the voids created by the United States as a result of this committee and this administration not focusing on a long-term energy security strategy and making sure that we actually have exploration and production to meet U.S. growing demand as well as global energy demand, which will result in lower emissions because of the stringent regulations we have here in the United States. Look, I come from a coastal state. I'll say it again. I'm fully supportive of efforts to make sure that we protect our resources, that we protect our coastal communities, just like yours in Florida, mine in Louisiana, and Maryland and Virginia and other states along that benefit from the Chesapeake Bay. I think it's important that we don't step in and try and have the federal government address every problem that's out there in this country, because the federal government's not capable of doing it. And as our ranking member laid out before, we have a federal debt that's absolutely outrageous, and it looks like we don't care about our children and grandchildren. And that's completely irresponsible. And so I do think it's important that we talk about the federal obligation or federal nexus. I'll tell you, this bill has a program in it that on page 9 and 10 that basically has this federal government has this program in charge of educating the kids in the area. I'm not sure that there's really a federal responsibility to go out there and start going into classrooms and doing the job of our teachers in local school districts. It's got a program in here that has the agency in charge of protecting the resilience of communities. I don't think that that's a core mission of this agency. So, but look, I'm supportive of efforts to ensure the resilience and sustainability of our communities and ecosystem. But I do think we need to truly prioritize and exercise this committee's jurisdiction in a way that makes sense. I haven't had a single person come out there and cry to me to solve any of the problems that are on the markup agenda today. But I've had a lot of people tell me that they can't afford to pay their energy bill. They can't afford to gas their car, or Mr. Huffman charge their car. So I think we need to exercise this committee's jurisdiction properly, and focus on true problems and not just keep causing them, create false narratives and pretend like these things don't exist. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further debate on the legislation? Would hopefully focus on the bill itself, the Chesapeake Bay. Anyone wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez from New Mexico.
Madam Chair, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I am also disappointed in the fact that we keep going into these diatribes about where we are with our energy position when we're trying to focus on legislation that is addressing a problem. And that's what we continue to do, is look at legislation that addresses a problem and solves that problem. And what we hear instead is responses that don't focus on the problem at hand. You know, I am looking at the U.S. Energy Information Administration report, and it actually shows that the U.S. exported slightly more petroleum than it imported in the first half of 2021, which is during Biden's administration. So we are not in this dire situation that we keep hearing about, but we are in a place where we need to focus on these areas. I am not, you know, I am from New Mexico. We do produce that oil and gas, and we have had record productions here in New Mexico. But what we are trying to do now in this bill is focus on those fixes that we need to do all around our country, whether it be in the Chesapeake Bay or in the Great Lakes area. Mr. Chairman, I stand in support of this legislation and what it does. Thank you very much.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation? Members? If there's no further debate, we can begin the amendment process. And let me, I have an amendment designated as number 81, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'll be very brief. This is a small amendment making technical changes and corrections to the legislation. That's it. I yield back, and any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'll support your amendment and I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking member yields back. Hearing no further debate on the amendment.
Mr. Chair?
Sir, recognized.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your amendment as well. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna call a vote before this gets carried away. I will pause so that members in favor, and I appreciate the support, can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Moore, you have an amendment designated as number 1. Sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore is not on, but I can offer the amendment for him.
Please, Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would address some of the concerns that I raised earlier about the bill. It would cap administrative funding at 3% and institute a 50% federal cost share for projects that are funded under the legislation. It would help ensure that more money is spent in the field and on the water as opposed, again, to on bureaucracy and at a federal agency desk. And again, while I appreciate the intent of the bill, what Mr. Moore proposing is good governance and improvements that need to be made to help with the oversight of the program. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the Moore amendment? Let me recognize myself. I can often support and usually do administrative caps, but in this case, I'm going to oppose the amendment. The bill reauthorizes no Chesapeake Bay office. It allows for grants for cooperative agreements for technical assistance, and it authorizes an education program. So without more specificity about the cap could, I believe, cause confusion as to what activities are considered administrative within the many functions of that office. Similarly, if we adopt a 50% cost share for this bill, that would create burdens and confusion because of the way that the bill authorizes more than a simple grant program. It's unclear what exactly the cost share would apply if this amendment were adopted. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and at this point, yield back the balance of my time. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Moore amendment number 1. I will pause so members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 The members can now, members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. We now, is there any other amendments on the legislation? What's this? Huh? The question is now on adopting the bill as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members opposed, please unmute and I'll indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Move on to calling up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional or dissenting views on the bill just considered and all bills considered during this markup, and ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
Without objection, thank you, Mr. Westerman, so ordered. I'm calling up HR 4558. This is the item under consideration now, offered by Representative Huffman. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, it will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And let me now recognize the sponsor of the legislation, Chairman Huffman, to speak to the legislation. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva. And we've certainly heard a lot of campaign-style partisan speeches this morning urging this committee to focus on all sorts of things that aren't even in our jurisdiction. But I think we all knew when we signed up for the Natural Resources Committee that the majority of our jurisdiction is about things like ecosystems and wildlife and watersheds in our environment. So thank you for having a hearing that includes some bills that are right in the wheelhouse of what this committee is supposed to do. And one of those bills is my KELP Act in today's markup. In the last 5 years, California's kelp forests have collapsed. That's a big deal on the North Coast. More than 95% of our kelp forests have been lost due to this perfect storm of factors. High ocean temperatures in recent years have limited growth of kelp. The sea star wasting disease has wiped out a key predator of purple urchins, and the result has been an explosion of urchins, which are voracious kelp eaters. And that has led to underwater wastelands that should be thriving kelp forests all up and down the north coast of California. So we urgently need to restore these important ecosystems. And like coral reefs, kelp forests provide food and habitat for hundreds of species of fish, invertebrates, and marine mammals. Coastal communities from Alaska and Canada to the waters of Baja California need these healthy kelp forest ecosystems to protect coastlines and to support sustainable fisheries. So this is about people too. The effects of kelp forest loss reach from the ocean to the shore. The red abalone fishery, for example, was severely impacted by a lack of food. It's been closed with significant impacts on local businesses and communities because abalone fishing is a big deal in many parts of California. Habitat loss means fewer fish, less food for birds, larger fish and marine mammals. Kelp restoration and urchin removal efforts are underway, but local stakeholders and our partners in this effort need our help, and that's what this bill is about. The KELP Act urgently helps direct federal resources to this growing challenge. It has widespread support from local stakeholders. So without objection, I would ask unanimous consent to submit the following letters of support for the record. A letter from the Orca Salmon Alliance, a coalition of 17 local, regional, and national organizations. A letter from a coalition of 10 marine conservation organizations. A letter from Aquarium of the Pacific, Monterey Bay Aquarium, Oregon Coast Aquarium, and Seattle Aquarium. A letter from the Giant Kelp Restoration Project. Letter from the Bay Foundation, from the Greater Farallones Association, and from the Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Urge my colleagues
Objections ordered. Thank you.
I urge my colleagues to help our kelp and to vote yes on this important legislation and yield back.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the legislation? Anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Mr. Huffman wanting to help the kelp. And this bill that he's offered does create a new grant program under NOAA for the creation and management of kelp forest ecosystems located in federal and state waters. Kelp, like trees and all other plants, can sequester carbon through the process of photosynthesis, and there's interest in exploring this natural climate solution further. However, this committee has only had limited time for discussion of the legislation because this bill was squeezed into a legislative hearing with 14 other bills and only a very limited number of witnesses allowed. We could have explored why the bill proposes to spend $50 million per year for 5 years. Was that number handpicked randomly, or was it a randomly picked number, or does it come with some kind of justification? So far, we don't have an answer. We could also have explored why this effort will be overwhelmingly financed by the American taxpayer, since it only has a 15% non-federal cost share requirement for the projects that it would fund. And even that amount can be waived at the discretion of the NOAA administrator. Lastly, as with other bills we're considering today, there is no limit on administrative overhead cost. I'm not opposed to exploring the idea of using kelp and other plants to help sequester carbon, but we need to have a robust discussion on the merits, cost, and governance of such proposals. Burying the bill in a massive hearing that did not allow for full deliberation of its merits and hastily moving it forward on this markup is not the way to have that discussion. For these reasons, I oppose the bill and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be
Mr. Chair.
recognized? Who seeks
Mr. Chair.
recognition?
Yeah, Stauber here. I want
Sir,
to thank. I
you're
want to thank.
recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Huffman for offering this. I too have some concerns on it. Where it says it allows for a 15% match to be waived at administrator's discretion. I can almost guarantee the administration is going to waive that fee. And I think there needs to be, some skin in the game locally as well. So that match, which is at the administrator's discretion, the 50%, my guess is it's going to be waived, and there's some cost sharing and there's some skin in the game, locally as well. So I would, question that part of the resolution or that part of the bill as well.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, sir, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to build on the comments of the ranking member and my colleague just to the west. And my understanding is that this bill is new spending, so we take on more debt. I found it rather ironic that the author talked about an explosion of urchins. Well, that's what's going to happen if we continue to spend the way we are and driving not only us, but our children deeper and deeper into debt. And so if we want to stop an explosion of urchins here in America, we better get control of the checkbook, which continues to be, the money just continues to be spent and spent. The other thing that I would say is, the state of California could act on this. They could do some of this, but they do a very poor job of prioritization in their state government. They seem to deal with everything except what's important. For example, crime, out of control in the state of California. People leaving the state because they're sick of the smash and grab. They're sick of the Western type train robberies we used to see back in the 1800s are now happening in California. And the environment, something that's so important to all of us. If you want to get an environmental fix here, I would say go back to the California legislature and say to them, with these robust revenues that are coming into the states at this point, if this is a priority, then spend some money on this. And I think for most Californians, as I know them, especially my colleagues in the House, they're certainly environmentalists at heart. And you should urge your colleagues in California to pony up for this rather than going to the American people and having an explosion of urchins as we get $30 trillion in debt and counting. I, as you can tell, I oppose this bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else wish to be recognized on the topic?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana. I just want to ask Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman, could you just, I just love to hear, again, I asked Ms. Dingle this, just kind of federal interest here. Could you just describe that a bit, please? Yield to you.
Certainly, Mr. Graves, thanks for the question. So kelp forests are the foundation for coastal ecosystems all the way up and down the West Coast. And they're sort of a canary in the coal mine for some of these changing ocean conditions that can hit us very abruptly. We didn't see the total loss of our kelp forests coming. It happened very quickly with a series of cascading events that led to these urchin barrens, as we call them, urchin deserts that took over the kelp. And it probably won't be the last time that we're blindsided by changing ocean conditions, algal blooms, and things like that. So I think it's important to include kelp in conversations of things like coral bleaching, toxic algal blooms, and other things that certainly go way beyond state borders. In fact, in this case, beyond international borders, because the coast of Canada depends on the same ecosystems and has some of the same challenges. I'll yield back.
Mr. Huffman, I appreciate you. I appreciate you clarifying there. Look, not you specifically, but we've repeatedly asked to help make investments in the resiliency of the Gulf Coast, the coast of Louisiana. Y'all may recall we got hit with Hurricane Ida this last hurricane season, and which I think is going to end up being the most powerful hurricane ever make landfall. And members of this committee have repeatedly voted against reinvesting dollars from energy production or other sources into improving the resiliency of our coastal ecosystem, the resiliency of our communities. And so, look, I got to be honest, Great Lakes, absolutely, Ms. Dingle, I'm supportive. Chesapeake, Mr. Whitman, Sarbanes, for things that have a federal nexus. But it's just really hard for me to understand when the federal government came in, replumbed the largest river system in the state in the United States that has resulted in the greatest cause of 2,000 square miles of our coast, which makes us more vulnerable. Why is that not a federal interest? Why are y'all all opposed to us, but then y'all's parochial things, they all get bipartisan support? I just don't understand it, which, by the way,
Will the gentleman yield?
Previously, Mr. Richmond supported as well, please.
I think the gentleman knows that I agree with him that there's a very clear federal nexus with the ecosystems of Louisiana and trying to restore health and natural function to the Mississippi River Delta. I've been on the ground with the gentleman to see these places, and I think we do need to invest in restoration and resilience in many of the ways that you want. Now, whether that comes from oil and gas revenues or some other source is a separate subject. And that's, I think, where you're going with your concern. But let's leave no confusion about the fact that there is a federal nexus and we're all in it together with these coastal ecosystems. They're important everywhere.
And thank you. Just that, for example, under the infrastructure bill, which, yes, Mr. Soto, I did go advocate for dollars under the bill that I voted against because that's my job. I don't agree with the legislation. I'd vote no on it again, but it's law. And so, yes, it is our job to go seek funding. And so when we did, Louisiana got, I think, 6% of the funds. We have 32% of all the Corps of Engineer authorizations nationally, including $15 to $20 billion in ecological restoration alone. And we got 6% of the funds. Meanwhile, Florida Everglades gets $1 billion, and other projects that I would consider lower priority got additional funds. Lastly, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I do want to make note, I did hear what you said about EIA data. I also want to make very clear that we have to have a national energy strategy. The reason that we're exporting additional LNG is because this administration and certain states have opposed pipeline projects that would allow us to get those energy sources to the areas where it can actually be consumed. And let me reiterate, up in New England, they have on multiple occasions had to import natural gas from Vladimir Putin while at the same time opposing pipeline projects or even opposing natural gas connection projects into homes. Look, I'll have this discussion all day long. The facts are not on the side of the policies being advocated by this administration right now. And I think, Mr. Chairman, this is an area where we absolutely should be spending more time trying to find bipartisan consensus on an energy strategy that's actually in America's interest, not continuing to dump money into Vladimir Putin's hands, Iran's hands, and other countries that I think we really shouldn't be funding. Yield back.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition. This is McCollum.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Mr. Graves is in another part of in the room right now, but as many of you know, I'm working on a Mississippi River bill because Mr. Graves is absolutely correct. I'm at the headwaters. He's downstream from me. And the Army Corps has its funding, and we support the Army Corps getting things right. But the resilience of communities, the help that Louisiana needs, the drinking water that's dependent upon the Mississippi River for the constituents that I represent, all comes down to a lot of these other initiatives. And Mr. Graves, I benefit from the Great Lakes Initiative, although Mr. Stavers can lay the claim to Lake Superior. We value water here. And so I really look forward to working with you and the committee and other things to get to the sweet spot on the Mississippi River so that your constituents, my constituents, are also well represented under some of these regional projects, because the Mississippi has been neglected. So I thank you for bringing that up, sir, and I look forward to working with you and the others in the committee who border the Mississippi River and to raise its national profile. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation? Let me recognize myself. To my colleague, the explosion of urchins comment, I concur. The urchins are already out there. And, I spend a lot of my time battling those urchins on fundamental issues like public health and democracy and voting. And so, yeah, they're out there, and you should be concerned because I share that concern with you. I support this bill. It's proactive. It deals with an issue that is, as Mr. Huffman put it very clearly, under our jurisdiction. Part of what we're doing today and have been doing is chasing a crisis. Climate crisis, drought, water availability, protection of watersheds, discussions that we're having today, restoration, kelp, forest, etc., all are part of chasing a crisis to help mitigate the restoration of the Great Lakes, Chesapeake, the discussion on the Mississippi. It's all about restoration and building resiliency to deal with this climate crisis. So we've been chasing this crisis. And the pieces of legislation today, including this very important piece of legislation, is toward addressing that and continuing to try to deal as we chase the crisis. So I think it's appropriate. I think it's timely, and I urge its approval. Any further discussion on the legislation? Hearing none, then we begin the amendment process. Without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Bentz, you have an amendment designated number 1, sir, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a extraordinarily interesting bill for many reasons, but I joined Ranking Member Westerman in opposing the amount of spending set forth in the bill. But that aside, my amendment is focused on overhead issues. Of course, everyone should remember that Oregon, far away as it might be from Washington, has its west side adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, 363 miles of shoreline. And we too have recognized at Oregon State University and elsewhere the loss of the kelp forests. And there's activity in those spaces to try to figure out what to do. And kelp has been shown to successfully sequester carbon. And this is an issue, just as remarked by, again, Ranking Member Westerman, I would like to discuss further in a more robust hearing. My amendment would make several good governance changes to the amendment in nature of a substitute. It would reduce the federal cost share requirement from 85% to 50%. This brings the cost share in line with other grants we considered. It also adds a 3% cap on administrative overhead costs. If the point of the program is to get money directly into the recovery of kelp ecosystems, then limiting how much the federal government can spend on overhead makes common sense. And lastly, this amendment provides 0.5% of the funding in the bill to the Department of Commerce's Office of Inspector General to ensure that the bill is implemented as we intend and that the funds are used properly. Too many times we witness taxpayer money being allocated with little accountability, and waste thus ensues. With the current massive influxes of money into federal agencies, this is especially true. If the agencies are not good stewards of taxpayer dollars, distrust in the government will continue to grow. I also want to mention, basing this thought on what we heard from Representative Tiffany, why isn't California addressing this issue itself? I know that California is doing some things, but I would also note, having observed California's cap and trade system and its clean fuel standards, the immense amount of money it's taking from the folks that still have to drive their cars. It's actually looking for places to put that money. I know this because they've already surveyed Oregon. They, being California, has surveyed Oregon to determine where it might put some of the money into underground sequestration. So it's obviously looking for places to put the money. Well, why isn't California putting this money into these kelp forests? Because indeed, Chair Huffman is correct. The kelp forests are disappearing. I think 95% are gone from a couple of years back, and this is not good news. But this doesn't mean that we have to take $250 million from the federal coffers and put it into the problem, when we know that California is currently looking for places to put money to address CO2 reduction. And we also know that seaweed absorbs and utilizes 20 times more CO2 than do our forests. And so why isn't California taking care of this with the massive amounts of money it's taking away from the folks that drive cars in that state? So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to reduce the amount of money that would otherwise go to government and put it in toward the problem the bill attempts to solve. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. And anyone else wish to be recognized on amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment addresses some of the concerns that I raised earlier regarding the creation of new government programs with little or insufficient oversight. It does make several changes to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to ensure that government accountability and fiscal responsibility exist. First, it requires that the federal cost share be reduced from 85% to 50%. Second, it eliminates a portion of the bill that would give the federal government the discretion to waive the non-federal cost share. Third, it reduces government bureaucracy by capping the amount of money the government can spend on overhead costs at 3%. And fourth, it empowers the Department of Commerce's Inspector General to make sure the funds in this bill are being spent for the intended purpose. Now, while there are issues surrounding the overall funding levels of this bill, this amendment seeks to bring some fiscal responsibility and accountability to the equation. I commend Representative Benz for his efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support his amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on a Benz amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, I will speak in opposition to the amendment when you're ready.
Sir, you're recognized. Thank you, Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Ranking Member Ben's kind words about the kelp forests, and Oregon certainly has a stake in this. You've got some pretty nice coastal ecosystems there in Oregon, Mr. Benz. And I also appreciate your concern about the fiscal side of these programs. So I know that Mr. Westerman is going to be offering an amendment in a moment, getting at the authorization level with this bill. I'm going to work with Mr. Westerman on that. I'm not going to oppose that amendment, and there'll be a chance for an ongoing conversation about the appropriate amount of funding to authorize this new program. But I can't, unfortunately, accept a provision that would take away an important part of this new grant program. Yesterday, in our hearing on Chair Grijalva and Mr. McEachin's environmental justice bill, we talked about the importance of leveling the playing field for communities that have been left out too often, that don't have the capacity and the resources to engage in the type of time-consuming, complicated public processes that many of us take for granted. And so allowing those waivers, allowing those relaxed matching requirements is essential to make sure that tribal communities and communities of color and others are allowed to participate in this program. But I do anticipate that there will be partnerships with states. In fact, the state of California, through the Bodega Marine Lab in my district and other efforts, is already investing heavily in these actions. Some of the more promising interventions we've seen have been supported by state funding and led by state agencies. So this will be a partnership. And again, it'll include not just the state of California, it'll include the states of Oregon and Washington. And that'll be a good thing. So respectfully, I oppose the amendment, but we will work with Mr. Westerman on some of these fiscal considerations going forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion of Bent's amendment number 1? Hearing none, we're gonna, members in favor would please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Thank you. Members opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no. No.
Oh.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Moving on to,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
we'd like a recorded vote on that one.
recorded vote has been requested and postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. We now go to Bent's number 2, I believe. And sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention the challenge, I suppose, in addressing any of these issues is in trying to figure out how to appropriately focus and prioritize these type of expenditures. And it seems to me that what ends up happening, and I think the conversation in the last amendment proves it, is that too many interests are trying to be served. And so if the real goal here is to restore our kelp forests, and I think that's what the goal is, why is that effort always diluted? Which was exactly what we just heard from Sheriff Huffman. And this is not to say that there are communities that have been disadvantaged. There are. But the challenge here is, what are we trying to do? And to that end, let's go to my amendment number 2, which would remove from the bill section 3, which purports to suggest that the sense of Congress is that this bill is supposed to support native wild kelp forest ecosystems, the restoration of native wild kelp, but that do not involve commercial or mechanized harvesting. Well, let's remember, kelp and seaweed is incredibly efficient in taking up carbon dioxide. And according to NOAA, kelp and seaweeds can pull more greenhouse gas from the water than all 3 of eelgrass, mangrove, salt marshes put together. And as I mentioned earlier, this kelp can combine or take out of the atmosphere 20 times more than a tree. But that's not what this bill is designed to do. It focuses on only the non-business types of restoring kelp. My amendment is simple. It would take out this section 3, and I believe would allow types of funding for mechanized harvesting. If one looks at, like I did this morning, for just 30 or 40 minutes, an hour, at some of the things that are happening around this space, you'll find that most of them, in one way or another, involve harvesting or farming. Nature Conservancy is putting together an experiment with the kelp farm Green Wave that specializes in regenerative ocean farming. And what it seems to me we have in this last paragraph is a kind of a flailing out at farmers, kind of a suggestion that, well, we'll do this, but we're not going to let these folks that actually try to make money on something get involved in the process. What that guarantees is that instead of having our economic system, which works wonderfully, solve this problem, we are consigning ourselves to throwing more money at it every time they run out. This is not the right approach. If the goal is, and it is, to restore these forests, then why wouldn't we be helping the folks up along the Alaska shoreline and other places that are trying to do exactly this? Why aren't we helping them? If you take the seaweed and you harvest it, you can feed it to cattle, and you can use it to offset things that otherwise would take fossil fuel. For example, fertilizer, which is in large part fossil fuels. Why in the world wouldn't we be encouraging the harvesting of kelp after it has been farmed and restored to offset the use of fossil fuel? It just makes no sense. And so to me, this is a limiting factor that doesn't need to be in this bill, should be taken out. And this kind of odd, it's almost as though people are thinking that these kelp forests are like forests of 100 years ago and somehow going to be mismanaged if we allow the profit motive to be installed into it. But that would be just the opposite of what should be happening. Mr. Chair, the proper thing to do is to take this restriction out of the bill. My amendment would do that. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, sir.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again to Mr. Bentz for offering what I believe is a common sense, good approach in his amendment. I support his amendment. As you know, the underlying measure we're amending includes a sense of Congress that commercial or mechanized harvesting should not be used for any kelp forests that are supported by this bill. As Mr. Bentz explained, kelp has been beneficial to not only ecosystems, but to people as well. And according to NOAA, products from kelp can be used in food, pharmaceuticals, water and fireproofing fabrics, fertilizers, and as a potential alternative energy source. NOAA also calls kelp farming the fastest growing aquaculture sector. As many of my colleagues know, I like trees, I like plants, I like natural climate solutions. And as a forester, a land forester, I know that you can't just plant trees and walk away from them, that there needs to be active management throughout the life cycle, not only to yield economic benefits, but also benefits for wildlife and people as well. I don't claim to be an expert in kelp forestry, but I know that a provision in this bill looks to avoid all management of kelp forests, which would obviously forego some of the benefits that sustainable kelp farming allows. I'm not suggesting by any means that we have unregulated harvesting, but we can't be advocating for a wilderness in the ocean either. I'm concerned that we're sending this message to the federal agency that is in charge with implementing this bill and to states who want the bill's authorities and funding in their own waters. We ought to keep our options open for managing this kelp forest. We shouldn't be closing doors and walking away from something that could be a very good opportunity for the environment and for the economy, and it will benefit people. I encourage my colleagues to support Mr. Bentz's amendment. I yield back.
Yields.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for their interest in kelp farming and these fascinating issues. But I'm getting a little bit of political whiplash because we've just gone from being hypersensitive about costs and the limiting of these programs to now suggesting we should open up this science and research and intervention-based ecosystem program to commercial interests who are out there making money on kelp farming and seaweed farming. Look, I'm not opposed to that. And I share the gentleman from Oregon, the gentleman from Arkansas's interest in that. There is great promise in kelp farming and seaweed farming. And if the gentlemen want to work with me on something to support those activities, I'm all in. It could be a great thing. But if we allow this science-based ecosystem intervention program, this very focused and targeted program, to get diluted into something to support these commercial activities, we're never going to do the science of getting to the bottom of the starfish wasting problem and the urchin problem. But the good news for the gentlemen that have raised these concerns is that the science and the innovation and the innovation and interventions that come from this grant program will benefit the kelp farmers and the seaweed farmers as well. everybody will benefit. But this is about science, and it's about the work that's already going on by non-commercial interests. One of the reasons we had this sense of Congress provision in the bill in the first place was we heard from tribes and others that they did not want this program to get diluted and hijacked by commercial interests who are just doing a different thing. So with all due respect to, I think, the good intentions of this amendment, let's stay focused on science and interventions for the kelp forest ecosystem, and let's work on commercial harvesting and developing and supporting that industry in a separate lane. I oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else on Bent's amendment number 2? I recognize myself at Mr. Huffman's point, and as you look at it, if we consider that 95% of that kelp forest is collapsed or collapsing, and that the urgency of restoration and intervention is upon us, that's the urgent thing. I agree with Mr. Huffman. The language needs to be about science, strategy, planning, and beginning and assuring the intervention in restoration being the priority, not begin to set the stage for full commercialization. That's a mixed message. I think the message now is the urgency of restoration, and I oppose the amendment. And with that, let me say that anybody else wanting to discuss Bent's amendment number 2? If there's no discussion on the amendment, the question is on the Bent's amendment number 2. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed, please unmute and please indicate by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, we request a recorded vote.
The vote will be postponed. The recorded vote has been requested and postponed based on prior announcement. Ranking Member Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 1, sir, and you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand how kelp forests can help restore ecosystems and fish habitat, capture carbon, and provide economic benefits such as tourism and aquaculture. But the funding levels in this bill seem astronomical. They seem to be unjustified, and they leave me with a lot of questions that so far are unanswered. This is what happens when the committee is unable to perform its due diligence and the administration fails to provide any substantive comments. Since it was one of the 15 bills heard in a Water, Oceans, and Wildlife legislative hearing in July 2021, the committee was unable to have a robust discussion on the need for this bill and the funding levels within it. This massive hearing included one non-federal witness who devoted a single sentence in his testimony about the need for this bill. The agency which would oversee this bill provided a less than substantive one-paragraph statement on the bill without speaking about necessary funding. From that hearing in July to today, 7 months later, the majority has been unable to provide answers on the funding levels in the bill. Instead, they're asking members to vote for a bill that authorizes $250 million in funding without any sort of cost justification and need. Perhaps there is a significant need and federal interest here, but it hasn't been forthcoming so far. Perhaps this could have been a pilot program before it was launched into a multi-$100 million program that all Americans are being asked to pay for. And perhaps we could have received some of the answers we've been looking for in a focused hearing instead of a jam-packed 15-bill hearing and that diluted due diligence and debate. As a result, I must reluctantly oppose the funding level in this bill and offer this amendment to strike that funding. It is my hope that we can work with my Democrat colleagues to get more answers on this and other questions in this bill. It is also my hope for the remainder of this Congress that we can begin to have real and targeted legislative hearings where bills are substantively heard and debated. And referring back to my colleague, Mr. Huffman's commitment earlier to support this amendment, I think that's the right path to go down, that we need to do more investigations, that we need to look at what the actual costs are, what the needs are, and how this program and funding should be structured. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the Westerman Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Huffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm happy to have this conversation with Mr. Westerman. I will accept this amendment. We'll do our best to explain to Mr. Westerman how we got to this number. We didn't just, throw a dart at the wall. We ran some numbers based on what we think the cost of kelp forest restoration is proving up to be and the scale of the problem up and down the West Coast. But there may be a better number. And I'm happy to work on seeing if we can find a number that works for him and our colleagues across the aisle. So I will accept this and commit to engaging in that conversation going forward. And by the time the bill comes to the floor, I hope to have that resolved.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Westerman Amendment number 1. I will pause for so the members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
The opinion of chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments on that? If not, let me turn to if no further amendment, the question is now on adopting ANS as amended, and I will pause so the members can unmute the ANS to HR 4458. Members in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Huh?
Just final passage of the bill.
Excuse me, it wasn't an ANS, it was a final passage of the legislation. So the question was on final passage of HR 4458. And all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you for that.
Mr.
Opposed?
Chairman,
Those members opposed, let me finish this sentence and then I'll turn to you, Mr. Westerman. All those members opposed can unmute. Mr. Westerman?
there was a little bit of confusion. Did we just vote on the ANS or have we voted on the
I can
ANS?
clarified and said final passage. At least that's the recommendation that I got in order to keep it all in order.
Let's move on. Just move on to the next bill. We'll come back to it. Fix it.
Yeah, I don't think we voted on the ANS.
We're going to come back to this piece of legislation. There seems to be some confusion as to where I'm at. So
Can you mute for 1 second?
In the interim, we could take up energy policy.
okay, go ahead. I apologize for that, for the confusion on our end here. We're going to the final vote on that on Mr. Huffman's legislation will be postponed along with the other amendment votes that have been postponed. At this point, let me now let me now call up HR 4677, the New York, New Jersey Watershed Protection Act. The item for consideration was offered by Representative Tonko. I asked unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And now I recognize Representative Tonko to speak on the legislation. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva and Ranking Member Westerman for including my bill, the New York, New Jersey Watershed Protection Act, in today's markup. I look forward to working with you to come to an agreement on this legislation that we can all support as the bill moves forward. This watershed is an economic engine, not just for our local communities, but for the nation. Federal investment is long overdue to ensure the watershed can continue to fuel economic opportunity, tourism, and outdoor recreation, particularly in the face of increased flood risks and storm surges. My legislation will apply tested methods to right the wrongs from decades of disinvestment and target federal support to facilitate effective state and local action. Our watershed is America's most crowded, home to more than 15 million people, and millions more visit each year to support a multi-billion-dollar recreation and tourism industry. For too long, our water resources have faced extreme pressures from legacy pollutants and increased flood risks that threaten public health, ecosystems, and industries. In the last decade alone, New York counties in the watershed filed more than 100 state and federal disaster declarations. In the Hudson Valley, sea level rise is expected to impact some 9,000 acres of riverfront lands and more than 19,000 people this century. Other watersheds are already proactively addressing these public safety threats, avoiding more costly interventions in the future. The Delaware Restoration Program, for example, serves a population of less than half the size of the New York, New Jersey watershed, and is putting a $26 million investment from the bipartisan infrastructure law to work addressing critical community and ecosystem needs. Indeed, every other watershed that supports a population of our size has received significantly more federal funding. I am proud to have worked closely with a coalition of more than 50 community organizations, as well as state and local governments, to receive invaluable input and design a program modeled on the Delaware program, while making critical adjustments based on lessons learned. The resulting bipartisan legislation will establish a targeted role for the federal government in the implementation of a basin-wide strategy to coordinate local restoration projects that promote healthy ecosystems and improve coastal resilience, water quality, and public engagement. The program will pay significant dividends by leveraging private investment and allowing states and local communities to take action. In addition, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute makes important technical corrections to the legislation, including to ensure the program honors traditional communities and brings tribal groups to the table throughout the consultation process. I am proud that the legislation is supported by some 26 bipartisan members from around the watershed, more than 50 local organizations, and state and local governments. This broad support underlies the importance of a basin-wide restoration approach, these proven funding mechanisms, and the urgent need to prevent more costly interventions in the future. As they have throughout our nation's history, the mighty waters of New York and New Jersey can be harnessed once again, not as sources of harm and pollution to local communities, but for enhanced public health, cherished gathering places, public outreach and education, and the celebration of a heritage that grounds us in our deep roots while propelling us into a cleaner and more just future. With all that said, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. And anyone who wish to be recognized on the legislation?
And Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized. Oh, and let me indulge for a second. The confusion was when we have, I lost track of the fact we had 2 recorded votes on that, on Mr. Huffman's legislation, and when you have a recorded vote on the amendments, automatically the final passage goes to that, and that was the confusion, and that's what has been corrected. That's what we're going to do toward the end of the meeting. So thank you for raising the point, and you're recognized, sir.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this bill as it's currently written. The bill does appear to be drafted to replicate the framework of other watershed-wide programs, such as the bipartisan Delaware River Basin Conservation Act that the gentleman, Mr. Tonko, referenced. Unfortunately, this bill falls short when it's compared to programs like that. For example, the law authorizing the Delaware program includes a sunset provision and a prohibition of funds for land acquisition by the federal government. Similar safeguards are missing from HR 4677. In addition, the Delaware program has a 50% federal cost share. In contrast, the bill before us it not only includes a 75% federal cost share, but it also allows non-Department of the Interior federal dollars to be used as non-federal matching funds. That seems like a big red flag and discrepancy there. HR 4677 would also allow the Secretary of the Interior to waive the already lenient proposed non-federal cost share requirements in their entirety. I oppose the federal government being the only one responsible for funding restoration efforts in the New York, New Jersey watershed. I understand there will be amendments offered to this bill to bring it more in line with existing programs, and I look forward to the debate on those amendments. I yield back.
Gentlemen yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation before we consider amendments?
Mr. Chairman, this is
Sir?
Fulcher.
Mr. Fulcher, you're recognized, sir.
I have an amendment.
We're still in the discussion point for the
Okay,
legislation.
I thought I heard you say amendment, so just checking.
Appreciate that. Let me recognize myself. I support HR 4677, introduced by Representative Tanco. The bill enacts a Fish and Wildlife Service program focused on restoring the Hudson and Mohawk River watersheds. The combined watershed is home to approximately 20 million people, contains several threatened and endangered species. The leadership of the states, communities, tribes, and NGOs has led to a robust partnership focused on restoration and restoring the area. The bill will increase the federal presence and investment in these restoration activities, which will help communities faced with very important environmental justice issues such as chronic flooding and industrial pollution. I applaud the representative for his work on this legislation, support the bill, and urge a yes vote. Now let me turn to amendments and
Chairman, I have an amendment.
sir, you're recognized. Which one is that one? It's not up here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment that I'm proposing to align the language of HR 4677 with the language used in the Senate companion bill and ensure that relevant community groups are indeed included in the program's consultation process. I urge my colleagues to support this technical amendment to the ANS as well as the underlying legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any discussion or debate on the gentleman's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Chairman, I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Back.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? I will, hearing no debate, the question is on Tanco Amendment number 1. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members opposed, may I please unmute and indicate by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Westerman.
Have Matt text the committee, tell him that I've lost connection.
Representative Fulcher, you have an amendment designated number 1, sir, and thank you, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize about jumping the gun. We've been having some technical difficulties on this end, and so I couldn't hear you for just a moment. Yes, I do have an amendment, please. And this amendment would keep the funds that are appropriated here out of this act from being used by the federal government to acquire land. And my understanding of the legislation that Mr. Tanco presented was that it's to apply to the New York, New Jersey watershed restoration. And if that's the case, then there shouldn't be any opposition to this amendment. I just wanted to clarify that the funds that were established as a result of this legislation weren't used to acquire more land. And please understand, Mr. Tonko, this is not a shot at your legislation. This is just simply to clarify that it wouldn't be for incremental acquisition of land. And that our federal government is our largest landowner, and we have immense backlogs for maintenance. And so I was just hoping to clarify that this wouldn't be used to acquire incremental land. And if there is objection to that, please explain why, because there shouldn't be a conflict with that. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I could be recognized, please.
Yes, if the gentleman would just yield for a second. Let me go back to some procedural business that we need to deal with so that the record is clean. At this point, I would like to, without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point during this process. That's the process that we're doing at this point. And now let me now turn to Representative Tonko. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's in regard to Representative Fulcher's amendment. I unfortunately have to rise in opposition, sir, to this amendment. I want to assure my colleagues that the purpose of the underlying legislation is to support local and state restoration efforts, not for the federal government to create new federal land. Our region is fortunate to have numerous well-developed restoration plans, such as the New York, New Jersey Harbor Estuary Program, the Mohawk River Action Agenda, and many others. My bill will provide federal support to facilitate the implementation of these state, local, and regional plans. Should the federal government help purchase land under this program, land would be turned over to state and local entities to advance community-led efforts to increase public access to the watershed and the waterfronts. Restoring lands and waters requires accessing them, a challenge that the Delaware program has run into and that we have the opportunity to get right from the very start. Other existing federal programs, such as the Cooperative Watershed Management Program, which is a key program in many Western states, have shown that acquiring land for local restoration efforts can be an important tool. In line with this model, the legislation before us today will ensure that the federal government does not retain ownership over any land or waters in the region. With that, I appreciate my colleagues' concern, and I'm eager to work with you, Representative Fulcher, to reach an agreement that we can all support as the bill moves forward. I want to come to a compromise with you on this so the bill can be a bipartisan win. And with that in mind, I urge the gentleman to withdraw the amendment and work together after the markup to find a compromise that indeed works for both of us. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize myself and yield to, no, who seeks recognition?
Fulcher.
Mr. Fulcher.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentleman yields. Mr. Fulcher, recognized.
Yeah, and again, I apologize. The technical connection has been poor, and so forgive me for that. I accept Mr. Tonko's comments and a good faith effort to work together on a compromise with this and some additional language. And so as a result, I withdraw my amendment, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yield back.
That with no. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that all the amendments that we're discussing in this legislation are to the ANS, and without objection, the amendment is withdrawn by Mr. Fulcher. Let me now move to Representative Moore, amendment number 1. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the discussion on this bill. I have reservations with the underlying bill. I do have an amendment to hopefully make it better today. My amendment would improve the bill by adding a 7-year sunset timeline, incorporating a 50% federal cost share requirement, lowering the authorization amount and adding a 3% administrative cost cap to the programs under the bill. Congress legislates best when we are explicit about the size and scope of programs. We must also execute our oversight responsibilities by ensuring that programs do not receive funding, spend those taxpayer dollars on the projects that at hand instead of on administrative costs. This similar and a similar motivation for my previous amendment today that we addressed. I know the concept of a sunset timeline. We often have a little bit of difference in opinions on that from the majority and the minority, but I'm hoping that you all see a reasonable 7-year sunset timeline, putting some parameters and scope around this. These changes will bring this bill in line with similar existing programs such as the Delaware River Basin Conservation Act. So not effective use of taxpayer dollars demands it, and I hope that my colleagues will join in supporting this amendment that again, establishes some of these common sense measures that I'm sincere, y'all. I'm not trying to throw big wrinkles in anything. I'm just using previous precedent on other types of bills that hopefully we can agree are have proven and are sound policy and good governance. So I urge support for this, and will yield my time back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on Moore Amendment number 1?
And Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman, Mr. Moore, for offering this amendment, which is a good governance amendment. It does align this bill with the Delaware River Basin Act, which is what this bill is supposedly modeled after. It does away with the 75% federal match and makes that a 50% cost share. Plus, it removes a provision that allows other federal government agencies to supply the cost share. It does put a cap on administrative cost and sunsets the program after 7 years. And it only authorizes an appropriation of $10 million, which is the same amount appropriated by the Delaware River program. And this is good governance, makes sense. I encourage support of the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on Moore Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Tanko from New York.
Mr. Tanko, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I unfortunately have to rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Representative Moore, I understand your concerns and indeed am committed to finding a resolution that will enable this program to effectively and responsibly restore our vital watershed resources. But I'm afraid the amendment before us today as written would remove critical protections in the legislation and make it harder for those small, rural, and disadvantaged communities to participate. These communities are too often unable to access federal grant programs due to a lack of flexibility in the community match requirement. We have seen this with the Delaware program, and we have an opportunity to learn from that program's strengths and its limitations and get this program right from the very start. A common sense waiver targeted for small, rural, and disadvantaged communities would provide all of these communities the opportunity to contribute at a level that they can afford, leverage non-federal public and private funds for remaining costs, and implement critical restoration initiatives in a region where the cost of mobilizing and doing business is relatively high compared to other areas of the country. So I'm committed to continuing the conversation with my colleagues, but in the meantime, we must move the process forward. This need has gone unmet for too long, while the idea of a dedicated watershed restoration program has been around for a long time and has proven itself successful across the country, including in Delaware and in San Juan in Utah and many other vital watersheds. So I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and support the underlying legislation, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to come to a resolution that we can all agree on as the bill moves forward. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman yields. Anyone else on Moore Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
I'll yield to Mr. Moore for a response, but Mr. Moore, I would like to comment if you don't mind after.
Mr. Moore, Mr. Graves has yield to you. Floor is yours.
Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana. Also, there's more there to my good friend. And no one cares more about rural communities than me. The vast majority, big, huge portion of my my district and in our state is rural. My overlying concern, though, is, I mean, we're incorporating the same 3% for administrative costs on this. We sincerely looked at this as thought, let's align this with other legislation that's gone through that that's been agreed on, finding these measures. This doesn't mean that we're not going to be able to, continually address this as we go forward, but putting in these constraints now are set the expectation, will, I believe, strongly encourage better behavior and better management of these. And so, like, I encourage people to look at precedent, what we've seen be successful in other pieces of legislation, and just recognize this is not an unreasonable request for this amount of a sunset clause dating out to 2029 for 7 years. So I hope we can recognize that we have to be able to put constraints on these things, and that the rural communities are absolutely a concern for me and pretty much most every single member of the Republican Party on this committee, and we will be attuned to that and aware. So thank you, and I yield back.
Reclaiming the time. First of all, I'm not sure with all these flashing lights. I see Mr. Costa's got a different background, but I think he might be at a rave right now. In any case, thank you, Mr. Moore, for explaining. Mr. Tonka, I'm curious. I've asked the other bill sponsors about kind of the federal nexus here, and so I would like to hear you explain a little bit about the federal nexus. Number two, look, I got to be honest with you. I think that Mr. Moore's amendment on the cost share and the sunset do appear to be somewhat reasonable by making sure, if this isn't something that's entirely a federal obligation because it's mitigation for their actions or something along those lines, making sure that our local communities have skin in the game, it indicates that it's a priority of theirs as well. So I'd love to hear some of your feedback on that, and also on the provision that allows for other federal funds to be used. I'm curious if you have other ideas specifically on what other federal funds would be used to cover the match. Yield to you, Mr. Tonka.
Sure. Well, as to the legitimacy here, obviously our watershed includes 6 major rivers across multiple states. Their tributaries and their estuaries, and the numerous communities that these waterways have shaped for centuries. So I think there is a role for the federal government to be a collaborative partner and agent in this effort. It's our nation's most populous watershed also, with more than 15 to 20 million people. And it supports a multi-billion-dollar recreation and tourism industry, as well as hundreds of thousands of jobs. So that's twice as many people as the population of the Delaware watershed. And, and that's an opportunity where a bipartisan restoration program is already putting federal dollars to work to address those community needs and prevent more costly interventions in the future. And I would also point out that a federal basin-wide approach to restoration is a proven solution to this challenge, and it's not a new idea. So we already have an impressive network of federal watershed programs, including in Delaware, the Great Lakes, and the West, and they've had a huge successful outcome, not at leading restoration efforts, but at facilitating state and local action and leveraging private dollars. So basically, my bill would simply close a critical conservation gap by extending this proven model to our vital water resources. As to the amendment by my colleague, Mr. Moore, and I appreciate what he's attempting to do, but I think some of the factors in the amendment would make it very difficult for our rural and small communities. Just yesterday, many of us might have sat in on the hearing on brownfields conducted by the Energy and Commerce Committee's subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change. And there we heard people from both sides, colleagues from both sides, and every witness talk about the need to provide this for small communities, the concerns they had for those that are strapped economically, that want to be able to build their tax base simply by a program. They can do that, but if they're required as a small community to upfront some of the cost, it's difficult, and we'll lose all those benefits, that economic development potential, in accordance with that crippling measure to have that buy-in by small communities. Again, there are pieces in the amendment that just make it impossible for me to say yes to Representative Moore's amendment.
Mr. Chair, I know, Mr. Chairman, I know we're out of time. I think Ms. Harrell's willing to yield time. I just want to ask, I don't want to prolong this, but I do want to ask Mr. Tonkin.
Ms. Harrell,
one
yielding
more
time?
question.
Yes, I will give him my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Tonkin,
You're
just
recognized.
in good faith here, you mentioned twice that there are some things in Moore's amendment. Could you point those out, and would you be willing to accept part of it if and then with a handshake agreement on trying to negotiate the others before going to the floor?
It's mostly about the cost share that where I have opposition for.
So you'd be willing to accept a sunset, an earlier sunset?
We're willing to talk, again, as I indicated on the other amendment, we're willing to talk about improvements, but this amendment would block some of those efforts that we're trying to make for our smaller communities.
All right, and Mr. Moore, you want any more time, or are you good?
Yeah, just one
Yield to
brief
Mr. Moore.
You recognize Mr. Moore. Mr. Graves having yield to you.
Because that was the point I was going to bring up, but if there's at least a willingness to accept a sunset clause, you know, I'd be more than happy to explore that option. So that's just wanted to communicate that. Don't know exactly where we would go from here on the process on doing that.
Okay.
But I'd be willing to yield back.
Okay. Well, we're willing to talk about
Yield
that.
back.
So, but
Mr. Graves yields back. Mr. Tonkin.
yeah, I yield back, Mr. Chair. Like I indicated, it's most of my opposition to Mr. Moore's amendment is about the cost sharing, especially for our smaller communities.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I think if folks take a few minutes to filibuster, we could very quickly do a UC and change Mr. Moore's amendment to let him get the sunset in now and let them keep talking about the remaining items.
Gentlemen yields. Gentlemen yields. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, could I speak? Rosendale.
You recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My problem is that with all this talk about the smaller communities and how much of a role that they play in protecting the watershed, there doesn't seem to be language in there that's going to dedicate funds specifically for the smaller rural communities. So what we end up having are the larger communities that have the resources to retain the services of grant writers and things like that are going to step in. They're going to suck up all this money, and the smaller communities aren't going to have access to it anyway. So if we don't have specific language in there now that addresses that and puts sideboards on where this money can go to and reserve some of these funds for our smaller rural communities, they're not going to benefit from it anyway. And when we continue to hear, don't worry, we're going to put this language in later on. I'm sorry, but I live in the world of trust but verify. And I can't vote on legislation based upon what it may become. I have to vote on it, what it is before me right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? If not, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, recognize myself for a second. As we move forward, and as we move forward with the legislation, you know, the committee will await Mr. Tonko, the sponsor of the legislation, and whatever discussion he may not have with our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, specifically Mr. Moore. But at this point, I think I would oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Any further discussion? I will pause so the members in favor of the amendment can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no. No.
No.
No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chair, we request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote having been requested, and that'll be postponed pursuant to prior announcement and and as well as the overall legislation. We'll take a recess till 1:30 Eastern time for the recorded votes so that other business that members have that would keep them from being here at this point, they can take care of. And so the committee will be in recess, subject to the call at approximately 1:30 Eastern Standard Time for recorded votes. Thank you. to the postponed votes. Members are reminded that under House regulation, member must be visible to the chair in order to vote, and there can be no exceptions, even for technical issues on this matter. Members should answer the clerk by saying your name first and then your vote. This allows the camera enough time to switch to you and reduces the confusion. If a member is visible but without sound, they may visibly vote with thumbs up, thumbs down. And members are reminded that voting without audio is not recommended because the camera may not switch to you and the clerk might not be able to see you. Returning now to HR 4558, the question is on the unfinished business, then the amendments to the ANS. First Amendment, a recorded vote has been requested on the First Amendment designated bench number 1. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, I don't have a visual.
I feel like I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
I'd rather not see him, but that's just me.
Yeah, another large cappuccino, please.
Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radawagon? Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? No. Ms. Stansberry, I do not have a visual. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Hi there, this is Stansberry. Did you get no?
Yeah, Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl?
Carl votes yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Bobert votes aye for Vince.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, I don't have a sound.
McCullum votes no. Okay,
Ms.
got
McCullum
that.
votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Not voted and wish to vote or change their vote.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, Mr. Young?
Mr. Young?
Go ahead. Clerk,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Mr. Young is not recorded.
And I'm going to suggest one thing, don't go so fast. Okay, don't do that. All right, I'm voting yes.
Mr. Young votes aye.
How is Stauber recorded?
Mr. Stauber, you're not recorded.
Stauber is a yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Any other members wish to vote that haven't voted or change their vote? Hearing none, vote is closed, and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the ayes are 18 and the nays are 23.
The nays have it, and the amendment does not pass. Now we go to the and the clerk will call the roll on amendment designated fence number 2.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
No. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Porter?
No. Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Velasquez?
Fulcher is aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
It votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no.
yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye.
Carl, thank you.
Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore? Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes aye. Did you
Mrs.
get the
Bobert,
video?
Mrs.
Sorry.
Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Benz.
Vince votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms.
Vince
McCollum.
votes yes.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
No.
Mr. Han votes no.
Order, wish to record their vote or change their vote?
This is Gomert. I would like to vote aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Any other member?
How is Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is not recorded.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye.
Any other members wish to record their vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 23.
The nays have it. The amendment fails. And the question is now on the ANS as amended to HR 4458. All members in favor will please unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Members opposed will please unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to as amended. The question is now on adopting HR 4458 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. Members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed will indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, I request to record a vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman, no.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young.
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Aye. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Gomert.
That's a no. I'm sorry.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Aye. Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen. Ms. Porter.
Porter votes yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes no.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Velazquez?
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velazquez votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Carl?
Carl.
Mr. Carl, how do you vote? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale's a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore? Mr. Soto?
Soto votes yes.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. San Nicolas?
So Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes aye. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. McCullum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Han?
Aye.
Mr. Han votes aye.
Any member has not voted and wishes to be recorded?
Moore votes no.
Carl, no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Carl votes no.
No.
Graves, no.
Mr. Graves votes no.
Anyone else wish to be recognized to record their vote? Hearing none, vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 19.
The bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. HR 4677, the question is on the unfinished business and the amendments to the ANS. The first amendment is the amendment and a request for a recorded vote designated Moore number 1. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Young votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
Votes no.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Velazquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez? I don't have, oh, Ms. Velasquez votes no. Gotcha. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Carl? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Moore?
Moore, aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Oh, Mrs. Bobert?
Bobert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Bentz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko? Muted. Mr. Tonko, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Have all members voted and recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to record their vote that has not voted? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk will show the report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails, and now the question is on the ANS as amended to HR 4677. All members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 All members opposed shall do the same and
No.
indicate by voting no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to as amended. The question is now on adopting HR 4677 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. Members in favor, unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All members opposed will unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chair, we request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote having been requested, the clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Sablan? Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen? Ms. Porter?
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry votes aye.
Stansberry votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Velazquez.
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velazquez votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Carl.
Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle, I did not get your vote.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale's a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas.
Nicholas votes yes.
Mr. Sam Nicholas votes aye. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Case.
Yes.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Vince votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. McCollum.
Aye. McCollum, aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Okay. Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 18.
The bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. With the cooperation of the ranking member and other members of the committee, it appears that we have worked out an agreement on 9 measures scheduled for markup today. Before we begin, does any member seek time to speak on any of the legislation in this unanimous consent package?
Mr. Speaker, I request time. It's Congressman Obernolte.
Mr. Obernolte, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of my bill, H.R. 6434. Colleagues, on Saturday, we will celebrate a very tragic milestone in American history. Saturday will be the 80th anniversary of the signature of the executive order that established Japanese-American internment during World War II. That executive order that was signed by President Roosevelt started a legacy of shame and sadness for those Americans that lasted for the duration of the war. They were forcibly relocated from their homes. Their property was confiscated in many cases, and they were forced to live in internment camps scattered across the United States. Perhaps the best preserved example of those internment camps is located in my district in Inyo County. It is the Manzanar Relocation Camp. It's administered by the National Park Service, and I'm very proud that many thousands of visitors every year get the experience of seeing what life was like for those Japanese Americans. This bill would raise awareness of sites like Manzanar by establishing a historic network administered by the National Park Service to link all of those sites together. It's only through raising transparency and awareness of those events in American history that we can prevent events like Japanese internment from ever occurring in our country again. And that's why I respectfully request your support on H.R. 6434. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the 9 pieces of unanimous
Mr. Chairman?
legislation? Who seeks?
This Costa.
Mr. Costa, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know want to conclude our votes here, but I want to commend our colleague for the introduction of this effort. Not only familiar with the internment facility there in Inyo County, but like some of you who may have a significant Japanese American Citizens League, are organizations like that in your constituency. Last week we recognized, sadly, the 80th anniversary, as was noted, of the executive order and all the impacts it had on Japanese American citizens. American citizens is what we were talking about, that happened during that dark period in World War II. And I think that while we made significant efforts for providing restitution of sorts and efforts in different states. For example, we've named a major highway here in California after the 442nd, which was one of the most decorated units during World War II. Imagine American Japanese citizens, when their families are being interned, volunteering to fight for their country. So I want to commend his efforts, add my support. I hope everybody's familiar with this, as the philosopher, historian Santana once said, for those who forget history, you're doomed to repeat it. And it's important that we don't forget this part of our history. It's one of the dark parts of American history during that time period. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. Thank you for your comments. And anyone else wish to?
Mr. Chair? Stauber?
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Grijalva. I rise today in support of House Resolution 641, which I introduced with Congressional Western Caucus Chairman Dan Newhouse. In the Western Caucus, we know that natural resources management and conservation efforts work best closest to home. House Resolution 641 rightfully recognizes and celebrates the important story of local conservation districts, spearheaded by 75 years of leadership from the National Association of Conservation Districts. The conservation district model allows for decision-making by those who know the land best, our friends and neighbors in their respective communities. The NACD represents the 3,000 conservation districts across the nation that work with millions of cooperating landowners to help with resource management, land use planning, and soil information. I am proud
We haven't gotten to the technical
celebrate the
corrections for
75th
final passage
anniversary,
on.
and I look forward to its
677 yet, have we?
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to address any of the 9 bills that are before us on the unanimous consent calendar? I just want to also thank Mr. Abernathy for his legislation, and also the Commission on the Museum and the Asian Pacific American History and Culture. I meant the National Liberty Memorial and others in this, and I say that because I think that what those do is that they show our face, our American face, with its beauty and with its blemishes, and it does so by telling our story. And I commend the sponsors of these pieces of legislation for presenting our history in a truthful and direct way. And so with that, anyone else wish to discuss any of the motions that are set for discharge under UC? As we've done before, I'm going to make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon legislation. I ask unanimous consent the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged for further consideration of HR 3525, HR 6142, HR 6199, HR 6201, HR 6434, HR 6435. I also ask unanimous consent the Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged for further consideration of HR 1546, HR 6023, and House Resolution 641. Without objection, so ordered. Now I ask unanimous consent that the following legislation be adopted and ordered favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. H.R. 1546, H.R. 3525 with an amendment, Grijalva number 1, H.R. 6023 with an amendment, Westerman number 1, H.R. 6142 with an amendment, Neguse 137, H.R. 6199, H.R. 6201, H.R. 6434, H.R. 6435, and House Resolution 641. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the motions to reconsider are laid on the table. And without objection, the long title of H.R. 6142 is amended. I want to thank all the members for the meeting and for their participation. And all members shall have 2 days in which to file supplemental, additional, minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the legislation ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. And I also ask unanimous consent that any measure ordered reported today with amendments, that the measure be considered reported with an amendment to strike out all or after the enacting clause and insert the text of the measure with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, so ordered. Again, thank you, Ranking Member Westerman and other members of the committee for helping move this markup along. With that being said, no further business. The committee is adjourned.